Got my drinks here, got a little hot cup of coffee, and if you haven't poked your head outside the window, let me tell you what, it's all covered in snow here for the most part, and that's what we're looking at. The big story, you can see the snow behind me, as I put this on more of a full screen for you here. We wanted to talk about this coming up before 6 o'clock. You'll see this wide area of snow as advertised continues to push through the region. And I'll loop this just to kind of show you the last 6 hours of when this kind of settled in. You'll notice that, yeah, for the most part, we've had some pretty good snow that's moved through the area. Now, here's where we are right now. I'll switch radar products for you as we continue to, I got to switch it. You'll see at least, this is kind of a look before it transitions to see what it looks like. This is, if it were rain, just, you know, before the radar translates it for me, that's how significant it is, right? We got some pretty good pockets of rain. Here, let me switch it to precip type, and you'll see that right around there, we've got some pretty good, we got some pretty good spots here where, yeah, there's some pretty good snowfall rates. And right along this band here from Cuba, Bourbon, and Sullivan, to me, that's where we're seeing some of the heaviest snowfall. That's where the 1+ inch per hour snowfall rates that I'm talking about are. You can really see that when it switches from back and forth from at least precip types here. Right about in here, as we look at this from a standpoint of what's happening here, I'm going to pause and save this one, and let's look at a couple of cameras here. As you know, we can look at Missouri Botanical Garden right there. You'll see that, honestly, that looks very picturesque. I mean, that's about as picturesque as it gets here as well. And then also, you know, downtown, we can switch that as well. You got a look at downtown. The birds are there. The visibility is okay for now, but like I said, it depends on where we want to go, because I can pop through several of these here as you'll see. Watch what it looks like at, we'll flip the airport on. This will gradually work its way on, right? The snow is coming down about everywhere, but look at the airport. I mean, the visibility is down for sure. Even in Chesterfield, same kind of thing. I'm going to look at Arnold in a second, and look at Chesterfield. That's a higher camera, but look at Arnold. I mean, it is coming down pretty good in Arnold. So, you know, we got some pretty good snowfall right now. Now, one thing I can tell you from driving here, another look at Main Street, St. Charles, and the Raceway. It's snowing about everywhere. I'll pop back on this for me here. It's snowing about everywhere, right? It's a matter of what we're going to see the rest of the next several hours, right? So, as I get a little warm cup of coffee, let's settle in and talk about this. Actually, let's take a look at Kirkwood Farmers Market, just because that also looks picturesque, and I wanted you to see it with the Christmas trees before it eventually goes away, right? It's going to coat the trees, right? I think that's the thing you're going to notice. It coats the trees, and here's what's focused on right now, what the radar is doing and where we're going to see temperature-wise, because temperatures right now around 32, 31 degrees. The big story is, when do we transition to this part of it where the rain is? Now, this is warmer air that's going to settle in. You'll see that here. Now, it's also feeding in moisture ahead of this colder air, which I'll put on just from a standpoint of locally where our temperatures are around freezing at this point. Now, see, I got a little more coffee here. 31 in Alton, 31 in Granite City, but look at 34 in Washington, right? So that makes a difference to me. And from that standpoint, that's kind of what we're looking at here. From where we are in the near freezing mark, I'm going to pull this out a little bit. Generally, I can do that. And you'll see the difference between these two air masses here where, yeah, it's in the 30s here, 31 around the city. But even as I zoom out, look at what's going on. You'll see where that warmer air is coming from. This is what's coming in gradually throughout the day right here, right? So as we look at this particular spot right here, this is what's coming in. This warm plume of air is coming in throughout the day. That's what's going to send our temperatures continuing to rise as we head into the afternoon hours. So, yeah, we have this colder air, this warmer air that's in between, and that's why this is the snow zone here. So as I look at our satellite and radar, once again, I'm going to pull this up here so you can see the difference between where we are snow-wise and when that transition makes its case into the area, right? You're not seeing quite as much snow from Sparta, but like I said, pretty much anywhere in this darker shade here, and I haven't even transitioned my banner yet for the winter here. But even this rain snow mix here, it's still coming down and showing up as flakes. Now, let's look at our current road conditions too, because this generally kind of paints a pretty good picture as it loads. It's going to take a second to load. There's a lot of data on this map. But I can tell you, okay, so there you go from driving in. Illinois side, it's mainly clear. Missouri side, the roads are covered or partially covered. So, yeah, there's some, you know, It's slushy from my experience driving in, and also on the bridges and overpasses. That's where it was icy, right? So we're going to watch that specifically. Now, one thing you notice as well is look to the south. You can tell there's a pretty well-defined line to the south where, yeah, somewhere it's a little bit milder, temperatures are just a little bit above freezing, so you're not having those issues. But once you get down to Sullivan, like I said, it's right that area where we're starting to see those heavier snowfall rates. Now, one key behind it, roads are clear. And for me, what you'll see is the fact that we have temperatures that are warmer behind that. So let's look at Futurecast here to give us an idea of what's going on here, because we continue to focus on what's happening in the next several hours, right? So let's start off with 5:15, because that's kind of where we are right now. Let's go over the next several hours. 6, 7, 8 o'clock, still snowing, right? We haven't changed all that much. That line remains there as we continue to just get some of the snow. Now, our temperatures around freezing, but watch as we get to 9, 10, 11 o'clock as it wants to turn more to a rain-snow mix. That is a key transitional period, because when we do that, that's when we're going to start to see less impacts on the roadways. Of course, also, the other key factor, too, that we don't think about as much, because, is when the sun rises, even if we don't see it, there still is radiation coming in from the sun. That does make a difference when we're around freezing. So that's another key factor. Now, notice by noon, we start to transition to more of that rain-snow mix throughout the area. It'll zoom by me just because I have this graphic pretty long. But watch where that snow continues to push up by 1:30, 2 o'clock as we go to the north. 33, 34, 35. You'll notice that a lot of us are going to kind of get rid of the snow pretty quickly, but it's still actively raining. And so this is going to be a pretty good soaking rain and snow for some of us here throughout most of the day. Behind it, it gets cold in a hurry. So you're going to look at conditions that go from 37, it quits raining, to 2 hours later, we're at freezing. And I think we're going to see a pretty quick refreeze of a lot of this stuff. So that's the other thing. Let's look at the radar and kind of zoom around to some of the spots that I think are raining the heaviest. And I'll turn the lightning counter on for us for fun. Let me see if I can, one thing I'm going to change the banner. I think I can do that. I'm going to change this banner here real quick, because I'll do that later because it's just much easier. But I want to see if are there any lightning areas of lightning. And it wouldn't surprise me throughout the region that there are. I just haven't seen them yet. It doesn't want to pop up for me there. I don't know why the lightning counter doesn't want to pop up. Maybe there are none. Maybe it doesn't come up when there's none at all. But anyway, I wouldn't be surprised to see if there's a random rumble of thunder right along this line right here. It wouldn't surprise me just based on what I see. But you'll notice that there's some pretty good snow here. It doesn't really matter where we are. And as I loop this even the last 30 minutes or so, you'll notice that it's all this moisture that's running in that same line. To me, between now and about 8:30, 9 o'clock, we're going to get the bulk of our snow here. So as we look to the north, you'll see as I switch his radar products, it's snowing a little harder from Litchfield, Vandalia. You'll keep in mind, like we said, this is unchanged from overnight. We still remain in that either winter weather advisory or winter storm warning, depending on where you are, right? You'll notice that St. Louis area, right along the I-70 corridor, that's where you're under that winter weather advisory. Otherwise, to the north, Litchfield, Carrollton, areas to the north, that's where you're under that winter storm warning. That's where the higher snowfall rates are going to be, and higher snowfall totals, purely because of the fact what I mentioned, off to our southwest, we have more cold air that is being replaced by that warm air. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. It's actively snowing there. These counties are going to see a pretty steady diet of that. And I would think that includes Vandalia as well. I could even say it includes maybe Staunton. You're kind of right on the line. So to me, that's what we're dealing with here at this point as we continue to focus on some of the next several hours. The other thing that I think is important, look at our current wind speeds and gusts. Some of our current wind gusts, they're going to be blowing this stuff around at a pretty good clip here, as we have wind gusts at about 13 miles an hour. No big gusts at the moment, but for the most part, we're going to continue to look at for the most part, a wide area of snow that pushes through the area. So, like I said, the back edge of this, you'll see there's more rain. The whole core of where this system is right about here, right? As long as this is around here and we're getting into the cold side of things, well, this eventually is going to push this warmer air that it's in right here, right about here. And that's where eventually we're going to see this transitional period to warmer air. Like I said, as we look ahead the next few hours, let's look at this precip timeline, and this has kind of remained unchanged from what we've talked about this week, right? You go from snow to rain and snow, and I think it'll change to more rain later on in the afternoon as well. I think that's going to be a big part of what we do is change to rain. Now, other spots, not quite, not quite as impacted by it right now, but let me switch to Farmington. Farmington, you're getting some snow right now, but you're still going to transition from rain to snow, then eventually rain. You will see temperatures get closer to 40 throughout the day. As I pull up Futurecast, you can really take a look at that. I think that's where you'll notice. Watch as we pause here. 9:45, 10 o'clock, around freezing. Midday, 12 o'clock, around freezing. You're continuing to see, look at those temperatures in Farmington come up. Look where we are in Litchfield, we're still freezing, right? So to me, that's a main key component. Look at those warmer temperatures, low 40s in Rolla. So regardless, at some point, this is not something that you're going to have to shovel. For one, the pavement is wet, but we have high snowfall rates that are overcoming that right now. And that's what we're continuing to monitor here as we look ahead, because I do think that we still are dealing with these high snowfall rates and pre-dawn hours. But once we get to 7:30, 8, 9 o'clock, typically that's where I think we're going to continue to look at, that transition to more rain, especially once the sun rises and we see more of that rain-snow mix line. You'll see, because I think from Breeze, Carlisle, Alton, I've kind of drawn like a rough estimate, all week long. And even somebody pointed online that looked like a tire track, which I appreciate because I was just using different dotted lines. But to me, it's this transitional line. Look where this is at about 2:30, 3 o'clock. That transitional line where we've transitioned all the way to rain, maybe a few flakes mixing in. I still think that overall, this has been a pretty good map. I think this is probably where we are. I don't know how much snow we've gotten right now. I didn't go out and measure it, truthfully. I got up and came here. But I still think that this lines up pretty well, right? There are pockets of heavier snow. Our temperatures are at freezing, and the longer they stay at freezing, the more likely we are to see that stick, especially in the grass. However, as we continue to focus on what's happening here over the next several hours, what you'll notice is the fact that we're going to continue to see more of that transition to rain. So if you don't get out and measure this before noon in some cases, you're not really going to measure it at all, because I do think that we're going to see more of this here from a standpoint of, like I said, you've got this rain and snow mix that is kind of hanging out throughout the area. So to me, this is what we're after. Over the next several hours, we're going to continue to look at this rain-snow mix that settles into the region. And, for the most part, we're still looking at some pretty good snow throughout the region. So like I said, the next 2 hours will be vital in terms of our snowfall accumulation. That's what we continue to monitor here at this hour. And like I said, we will monitor this and have updates as we look ahead on 6 o'clock hour live on the air, and we'll be streaming for the next 4 hours and update you on the snow. Do you want me to
Early morning snow hits the bi-state. Our team is monitoring dangerous conditions right now. Here's a look at the storm tracker.
Yeah, already something slowing down. We have a winter storm warning and a winter weather advisory. Depending on where you are, the active snowfall continues. We'll talk more about what's in store for us the next several hours.
And with snow falling, the city is expanding its emergency services where you can get help.
Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition starts now.
All right, St. Louis, it is 7 o'clock, and right now you're getting a live look at the Gateway Arch, or what usually is at this time. But right now, of course, we are in our first winter storm of the season, and so that's what you're getting a look at right now. And so this is downtown. It is, like we said, it is coming in strong there. Good morning to you. It is Saturday, November 29th. I'm Travis Cummings.
Well, meteorologist Garry Frank. We've got obviously meteorologist Tracy Hinson on the roads. Team coverage for you on this Saturday morning, especially a busy time where people are traveling or trying to head back home, and hopefully they've heeded the warning to where, as we look at, all the conditions driving to Chicago, things like that in the region, slowing you down, not crippling, but definitely slowing you down. This is not, you're stuck inside. It's going to be a minute. If you have afternoon plans, it'll be much better. Let's talk about what's going on out there right now before we get a look at those roads. The main story for us is there have been a couple of counties have been added to the winter weather advisory within the last, let's say, half hour. That is Jefferson County. That's Franklin County as well. To the north, you've also seen a few counties that are now added to that winter storm warning. And this is kind of lines up with where we mentioned the heaviest snowfall would be from Troy to Bowling Green. That's kind of where I've had that map the last few days talking about where the colder air is going to be. Now it's 29 in Litchfield, and that's up a degree from where it was. But as long as we're at freezing or below it in many of these cases, well, yeah, if it's snowing actively and it's at or below freezing, you're going to see impacts. Now look at the warmer air to the south and southwest. Rolla, 36, 34 Salem. This is all starting to work its way in, but it's going to take some time to get here. You'll look at this wide area of snow, and I even put the lightning strike box on because we've had a couple of rumbles of thunder, believe it or not. So if you heard that, it wasn't just you. You had a couple of rumbles of thunder. Now, overall, this widespread area of snow will continue. There is a little bit less moisture past Rolla for the short term, and I think that's going to be a benefit for us as we start to see improving road conditions. But I look at some of those spots that have been added to that winter storm warning. From Carrollton, you were already there. From Ellsbury to Troy, you've been there. You just kind of were added to it as well. Bowling Green, same thing. These areas getting some pretty consistent heavy snow, up to 1 inch per hour snowfall rates. Warren County, you are already in that winter weather advisory, but as we look further to the south from, let's say, Washington into spots in Jefferson County, into St. Clair and Franklin County, that's where you've kind of been added to that, right? This is some pretty good snowfall, and it looks the same color everywhere because it's still pretty moderate to heavy snow. You see those big flakes. They show up on the radar pretty well. Now, closer to Farmington, where our temperatures are coming up a little bit, that's where we're at least monitoring the fact that, yeah, we have some rain and snow maybe mixing in. Your totals are less. That's kind of what we have talked about here for the most part. From Greenville, Carlisle, and Breeze here, that's where we look at that from Vandalia to Patoka. Also, the snow continues. But like I mentioned, areas to the north, that's where most of the snow is pushing through. The next few hours, temperatures are headed for the mid-30s here, and we continue to see that opportunity for more rain than anything later on this afternoon as we start to see our temperatures rise gradually. Here's what you can expect now through noon. The snow continues and rain mixes into the west. That's what we're highlighting for the most part. We're going to continue to see that. Now, overall, our impact is early accumulation now. It's causing a problem. Tracy's about to show you in a second what problems it's causing on slushy and snow-covered roads. However, the longer drive times are around this morning. It is improving later in the day, and that's what we want to highlight. It's going to get better, but we'll check in with that and also talk about some of the updated radar and what we're expecting the next 36 hours ahead.
All right, Garry, thank you so much. Well, at this time, we do want to get out to IDOT. They are obviously working heavily right now. So Joe Monroe is with us this morning. Joe, thanks so much for answering our call. Can you just first off let us know exactly what your response looks like at this time?
We have all available staff in. We're actually moving trucks around now that it's daybreak. We're bringing some resources from the south and the east into the metro area. This is the first time we've had this intense snow in about 11 months, so we didn't want to put folks in harm's way, put them in unfamiliar routes when we could hold the fort until about this time. So we've got folks from for example, Randolph County is bumping up into Monroe County, and then I've got Washington County coming in, helping St. Clair County. We're kind of using our resources and moving them around from the areas that are a little warmer, aren't seeing quite the snowfall accumulation. So like I'm sitting in Carrollton right now, outside the window, we probably have a good 5 inches on the vehicles that have been parked since the men and women came in this morning. We're trying to use our resources effectively. We're prioritizing the interstates. We realize it's a holiday travel weekend, but we're not forsaking any of the marked routes or the unmarked routes. Every route's covered. We're fighting it right now.
Yeah, and so our photojournalist was out there, Joe, earlier this morning, and they noticed that, there wasn't a lot of plowing that had been done thus far, and leaving some heavy spots on the road for people to get started with this morning. Can you tell us just about, why you had to sort of delay things?
Well, we didn't delay anything. We were out ahead of it. It just came down that hard.
Yeah.
So there was no delay. We had trucks out at 2 a.m. So there's absolutely no delay. It just came down that heavily. I drove up from Madison County, and there's a truck going one way, and by about 10 minutes, they were going southbound. I was going northbound to get to Carrollton. By about 10 minutes of my drive northbound, you couldn't tell that truck had passed. And the truck came out of the Carrollton yard. There was only one way that truck could have come down 67. So it's just that intense of a snowfall.
Yeah, and so that's a testament to just how strong everything is coming down this morning. As we get into the later hours of the morning, anything you want to tell the public right now, just alarming them and sort of telling them to heed those warnings?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're in a situation that we try to avoid. Your radar will show it. As you traverse D8, we like to be fairly consistent with the way our roads shape up, but I've got areas to the south and to the east that haven't seen the intense snowfall that you were referencing. It's very, very different between I-64 and the I-70, 270 loop, and then when you get north of the 70 line, it's even more intense with our snowfall and our accumulation. So it's one of those that you need to be prepared for changing conditions, and it's also how close you are to one of our plow trucks. Like I said, the women and men are working hard. They've been at it. We made shift change in the north about 10 minutes ago, and the other folks that came in about 4 o'clock on the eastern edge, we brought in a day shift there to avoid any issues with shift change, because we thought they would be getting hit right about now. Fortunately, the temperatures have pretty much stayed steady, which we're optimistic we will get that changeover.
All right, Joe. Well, thank you so much for your coverage this morning. We appreciate you, and thanks all that your crews are doing out there, and thanks for that reminder to stay safe this morning. We appreciate it. All right, so let's check in at this point. I want to go to St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where thousands of travelers are commuting during the Thanksgiving weekend. Reagan DeTrolio is monitoring the situation at the airport right now. Reagan, what is that situation there, as folks are about to come up on those first early flights of the morning?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Travis. Well, it's still coming down out here, and as for flight times and cancellations, we're not seeing any cancellations really right now, except for flights going to Chicago are canceled. And if you're out here driving, you're going to want to also be super cautious. Like Tracy was saying, it is snowing a lot. Ever since we got here, throughout the morning, it just keeps snowing harder and harder. And I know I showed you earlier, but I'm going to show you again just what the snow looks like. It is quite fluffy, like it's very good snowball, snowman weather. However, under this snow is ice. It's a thin sheet of ice, but as we keep getting later in the morning, the ice keeps getting a little thicker. So I wouldn't even head out here today. If you don't have to, I wouldn't head out the door, but if you do, make sure you are prepared with your clothing and your shoes. We're going to be live out here throughout the entire morning. Reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Reagan DeTrolio, 5 on your side.
Well, today, St. Louis City leaders are expanding emergency services to support those who need shelter during the winter storm. The city is adding more emergency shelter beds, bringing that total up from 150 to 215. Right now, all shelters have transitioned to 24-hour operations, and that's going to last until Tuesday. They're also opening another shelter in South City on Sydney Street. Mayor Kara Spencer visited one of the shelters yesterday and said the city is committed to bringing more resources to people in need.
This new facility is just phenomenal and just a great asset for us to lean in on and to work with to provide shelter, food, and a whole host of other things that our community needs.
Daytime warming centers are open from today through Tuesday. You can find a list of those centers and shelters on KSDK.com and the As Seen on TV section. Our Weather Impact team is working to keep you ahead of the snow this morning. Get hourly updates all weekend long here on the 5+ app. All you have to do is just search KSDK on your smart TV to download it for free. You can also text the word weather to 314-425-5355 and we'll send you the latest forecast right to your phone. This morning we have an update on a teen who was brought to Florissant Police Department after being shot. It happened around 8 on Thursday on Malamphy Court. Investigators say the victim was shot after approaching the car of the suspected shooter. The teen was then driven a few blocks away to the Florissant Police Department, where officers immediately rendered aid. That teen is now recovering at the hospital. Police say the firearm used in the shooting was confiscated. Both parties are cooperating with investigators. Thousands are heading through Lambert this Thanksgiving weekend. What you need to know before you fly, up next.
Well, we continue to deal with snow throughout the area. It doesn't matter where you are, but there will be a transition and even a shutoff to some precipitation here shortly. And that's what we'll talk about when that eventually becomes the trend as we head into the afternoon hours.
Thanksgiving travel season is picking back up as we speak. Officials say TSA expects more than 21,000 people to pass through security checkpoints today. And this Sunday is expected to be the second busiest of the season, with more than 23,000 people passing through those checkpoints. And if you're planning on flying as these snowstorms pass through town, travel experts do have a few tips we want to share with you this morning. First, you want to arrive early. Get there early. Then you should expect congestion. And you also want to contact your airline for any weather-related delays. And this is what we're facing outside right now. We are in a weather impact alert. Our team is all over tracking it for you. Presidential auto pen is again at the center of a controversy, and the president just made an unprecedented announcement. That's still ahead.
In minute 30 right now, you mean? Okay, I'm coming. All right. Oh, he's fine. No, I thought about it, but I just figured we were going to stick him in there. All right, you ready? 3.
Ate with a lot of little fish.
We saw the sharks.
Shark!
We touched stingrays.
They're all hitting me.
The kiddos had fun with the doctor fish.
It's a school. My favorite part was the sharks. My favorite sport is soccer. I love seahorses. My favorite sport is gymnastics. I'm on a competitive team.
Corbin is a true athlete.
Hold it right on out there.
He loves soccer. I've seen him in action. He is such a focused, dedicated player. He's put a few balls in the net. He has scored a couple goals. Nadia is a spunky, smart, fierce little girl who likes to take the lead on things. She loves gymnastics. She loves to craft. She likes her hair styled, to dress up.
Oh, look at those two.
Corbin and Nadia's little wish is to go to Slick City, so where they can have fun and just run around and go down the slides and have a bunch of new experiences. For Nadia and Corbin to find a forever family, it would give them that permanency, just that feeling secure.
I want a forever family that has pets, cats and dogs.
They deserve a family who can provide a healing environment for them, who can provide that consistency, that structure, who is just going to be there for them and help them heal, because it's a journey. And a family that also participates in the same faith as the children.
Nadia and Corbin have a little wish this morning. They would like to go to Slick City together. Now, if you would like to learn more about becoming part of their life or granting their little wish, please call the Foster and Adoptive Care Coalition. That number on your screen there is 1-800-FOSTER-3, or you can just visit ksdk.com. All right, let's get things over to Garry Frank tracking our winter storm.
Yeah, good morning here at 7:21. We have obviously a wide area of a winter storm warning between here and Chicago, and some of our counties have even been added to that winter storm right now. That winter storm warning to the north, we've added not only Troy on the Missouri side, but Pike County as well. So you've seen that areas to the north a little bit more significant here to the north as you're dealing with more of that snow consistently. Around the region right now, though, we also added Jefferson County and Franklin County to that as well. Now, temperatures around freezing. You see from 30 in Millstadt, 33 Berkeley, 32 Creve Coeur. Most of us locally around freezing, with the exception of Washington, 34. That's a sign of things to change over the next several hours. But now through noon, here's what you can expect. The snow continues, right? Now, rain will mix into the west, and that's important for our transitional period and improving conditions throughout the rest of the day. But just know that our impact from early accumulation will be felt. We're seeing it right now, especially right as the sun rises. Now, that does make a difference. We won't see the sun today, but as the sun rises, things actually do improve on the roads specifically. Right now, they're slushy and snow covered depending on where you are at the moment. And like I said, as you look at this over the next couple of hours now through noon, now what we can expect is, yeah, we have the early accumulation that we're going to see, longer drive times on the way. I looked at the airports and the only things that are canceled are going to Chicago. So that's at least a positive. That tells me that the visibility isn't too bad and yeah, the roadways are fine for the terminal. So we're in pretty good shape. Improvement comes later in the day as temperatures rise, so let's prepare for that. A wide area of pretty heavy snow is with us right now as we continue to look at, like I said, these areas that continue to push through the area, pretty much significant snow. And anywhere we're looking at right here, even as I just wanted to cue it up, even if I'm just queuing it up right here and you're going to see most of the snow, anywhere that's a dark shade is probably about an inch per hour snowfall rates, right? So we have a lot of that throughout the region. So let me push through some areas from Festus, Farmington. You'll see that, yeah, this area that wants to transition, this is where the radar gets a little confused at this time as we start to see those temperatures up, because you see a mix of precipitation where the radar beam is hitting rain and also big wet snowflakes. And that's what I think is occurring on 55 south here from Fredericktown to Farmington and Lesterville. So like I said, as advertised, we start off with these early flakes, but we're already transitioning to rain. And so that's kind of lined up with our forecast from the last few days. Now, along I-70 from, let's say, St. Louis to Greenville, Vandalia, Effingham, you're dealing with a pretty steady diet of snow, and our visibilities are down as well. That's one of the things that we'll look at here at this hour. Now, this map always takes a little bit to load because it's got a lot of data. These roads are live updated from IDOT and MoDOT as far as road conditions, and you'll look at all the spots right now that are covered. Look at all this pink here. Anywhere on the Missouri side, this stretches all the way to the south, snow-covered roadways all the way up to Troy, all the way up to Bowling Green, now stretching out to Herman as well. And it's important to me that note, look at how it is clear from Rolla to about Sullivan, Cuba, this area here closer to Bourbon. That's where we're kind of on the edge of where it becomes partially covered to fully covered. You'll see that. And as Joe Monroe was with us on IDOT earlier, he talked about, yeah, they've been out since 2 a.m., but the snow is coming down that hard. And that's what we talked about specifically the last couple of days. Heavy, wet snowfall. It doesn't matter how warm the ground is. That's still going to stick. Now, our current wind speeds have picked up as well. They're about 15 miles an hour. They're gusting up to 30 in Rolla. That's going to make visibility more difficult as well. Expect these winds to come up the next several hours as temperatures are in the mid-30s here. And then, like I said, you're going to get to 40 degrees. Look at how we go from a mix here at noon to 40 by this afternoon. And that's a big difference, right? That not only makes roads better, but also when it's actively raining, things melt pretty quickly, especially with the warm ground that's 3-4 inches below the immediate surface that is frozen. Now, our expected snowfall totals, I'm still okay with all these numbers. We've kind of talked about this for the last few days. But as we continue to look at what's going on, that's where we're still seeing pretty pleasant conditions here overall. And like I said, the main story the next few days, we still look at 39, 30 roads refreeze and a wintry mix as we head into Monday as well. That's what we'll monitor here as our weather impact alert continues and even extends for Monday.
Welcome back at 7:30. Here's a national headline we're following. President Trump is canceling former President Joe Biden's executive orders that were signed by AutoPen. He made the announcement on Friday after posting to Truth Social. Many presidents, including Trump, have used an AutoPen to sign documents in the past, the first being President Barack Obama. Republicans claim the AutoPen was used by people around Biden to circumvent a mentally declining president. Biden's team did not respond to a request for comment, but he has rejected these claims in the past. All right, we are in a weather impact alert right now, and if you are up and heading out, we got you covered. We have more on weather and what to expect right now. That's going to be in our next half hour on Today in St. Louis here on Tissel Plus.
Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition starts now.
All right, it is just past 7:30 St. Louis, and right now you're getting a live look at the Gateway Arch that is just being plummeted with snow right now. These are the conditions that we're facing this morning, and so we have our crews all over the bi-state tracking and making sure you're staying weather aware and safe. If you're just joining us, good morning to you and happy Saturday. I'm Travis Cummings. Let's get over to meteorologist Garry Frank tracking the first winter storm of our season.
Yeah, good morning here at 7:32. Our weather impact alert continues. We've been monitoring the progress of the storm all week long, and now it's here. And obviously you look outside your window and immediately we have a couple of things that are of note and have changed. There are a couple of counties that have been added to a winter weather advisory, including Franklin and Jefferson County, and also a couple of counties to our north that really in line up to 61 from Troy to Bowling Green, where you've seen more significant snow as well. You're under a winter storm warning. It's colder there. The snow continues. That's the main thing. Now, as we look at the temperatures right now, they still remain around freezing in the city. 32 St. Charles, 33 Chesterfield. Most spots around freezing. Colder air here. Look at the slightly warmer air, and that's where we're seeing rain on the roads, or at least wet roadways. The big picture shows that that rain snow line hasn't fully transitioned, but if you really want to watch it, watch how it's kind of worked its way from right about here to let's follow along right about here. The progression of that is important throughout the rest of the morning. Now, here's where we look at some of the spots that it's snowing the heaviest, right? And I think from Jerseyville to Chesterfield, it's all about the same in terms of the colors, right? And this is a pretty heavy snowfall. I would say it's up to an inch per hour in some cases. The other thing that I don't want to say is deceiving, but the fact that it shows up like this, it really has to do with the fact that the snowflakes are huge. And they show up in more of a reflectivity mode when they're seeing the radar bounce off of those big wet snowflakes that are falling. They're definitely going to show up like that. So I would say up to an inch per hour snowfall rates from a moisture content standpoint. There's a lot of that. Now, closer to Herman, there are some breaks in the intensity of light to moderate snow and rain that are mixing in, and that's what I think we're going to see over the next several hours. We follow that to Sullivan as well. Looking at some of the roadways from Cuba to Sullivan and Rolla, that's where the roads go from partly covered to just wet. So that's no problem at all. Farmington, we're still seeing some pretty good snow. Like I said, you're bouncing back and forth between where that is and how issues are along the roadways from Carlisle, Breeze as well. And I want to take you to what's going on here right now, the next few hours. Temperatures in the mid to upper 30s here outside. And like I said, you're going to see this transition to rain later on in the afternoon. Now through noon, snow continues as rain mixes into the west, right? So that's where the improvement comes now through noon. Early accumulation, we obviously have it. It's going to continue to accumulate for the next couple of hours, and snow-covered and slushy roads are on the way. Prepare for longer drive times now. We have improvement later in the day, and we'll talk more about that and what's in store for us the next 36 hours.
All right, Garry, thanks. This morning, we are monitoring the first winter storm and keeping an eye on the roads for you. Let's get out first to our Tracy Henson. She's been traveling all throughout the area in our storm tracker. Trace, where are you right now, and what's the situation here just a few hours later?
So we just got off of Interstate 70 and onto, I believe, 270. Is that right, Carrie? Yeah, 270. As we are going to make our way over to the Illinois side of the river, you can see roads actually look pretty decent here, that they've been plowed. I will say our snowfall rates have been intermittent. Sometimes it's coming down really thick, and other times it's just very light out there. Now, when a car does pass you on the roadway, it is kicking up a lot of slushy ice out there. Another thing I want to point out is just how pretty the trees are out here. So hang with me here for a moment. They are beautiful. This is a really wet snow, so it's sticking to everything out there. It is also creating very slushy road conditions. I do think that later on, if we get a little bit of refreeze, it's going to sound like you're driving on the rumble strips. At times, when we've driven off into, not onto the plowed area, but off into the slush, it does sound like that rumble strip sound. It is a very thick kind of icy snow, and there's lots of little balls within it. Does mean it's great for snowmen out there. I'm keeping an eye on our road conditions through the morning. We're making our way over to Illinois. Some roads are good, others are very covered right now.
All right, Tracy, stay safe out there. Thanks for that update. Now let's check conditions at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where thousands of travelers are commuting during the Thanksgiving weekend, of course. Let's get out to our Reagan DeTrolio. She's monitoring the situation there at the airport. Reagan, what is the situation? I know folks were kind of having to take it slow as they get to the airport grounds.
Absolutely, Travis. Well, I feel like it's definitely gotten worse as we've gone through this morning. As you can see, the wind is heavy and it is just whipping those snowflakes onto my face. I'm even eating my hair a little bit, so hopefully I'll be able to talk to you through this live shot. But like you said, I'm out here at Lambert and in front of I-70, and as for airport flight cancellations, we're not seeing really any cancellations right now. but there is a cancellation going to Chicago. Now, as for what this snow is looking like, look at this right here. I showed you this in the earlier shows. It's pretty thick. It's getting thicker as the day keeps going on, but great snowman weather. And then there's ice under this. I don't know if you can see this. It's not a thick sheet of ice, but as the day goes on, it could get thicker. But since the ground is pretty warm, it'll probably end up melting. Now, we're going to be live out here throughout the entire morning. Join us on the 5+ app, and then also at 9 o'clock on air. Reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Regan Trolio, 5 on your side.
Yeah, you're going to want to check your flights as well. Now, we're going to keep you up to date on the latest as the storm rolls through our area. We'll be tracking the threat with hourly updates all weekend long here on the 5+ app. You can download it by searching KSDK on your smart TV. And if you need to get your weather in a pinch, just text the word weather to 314-425-5355, and we'll send you a link to our latest coverage straight to your phone. Well, the countdown to legal sports betting is on when you can start placing bets in Missouri.
Snow is outside and pretty consistent dose of it here, and it's going to get better later in the day here, but we're talking about a wide area of snow. What's in store for us the rest of the day as we talk about temperatures that'll eventually rise later on?
A few days away from sports betting officially becoming live here in the state of Missouri. This Monday, millions of people across the state will be able to fill out their first betting slip. This comes more than a year after voters legalized sports betting in the state. 8 sports book apps we know of will be available on day one. A portion of betting proceeds will help fund the state's education system. Pre-registration is now open for all of the apps approved in Missouri. All right, and right now you're getting a live look over Kirkwood there, and you can see it's just inundated with snow at this point, and so not much movement there, but we are tracking what's happening throughout the bi-state area. We'll be right back. All right, check this out. The St. Louis Zoo Wildlight is back for you last night. Hundreds of people turned out for the return of the St. Louis Zoo Wildlights. And so this is a really family-friendly event that features nearly 1 million lights, just like the ones you see here in this video. This year's activities include meet and greets with the big man himself, Santa, a new holiday market, and crafts for kids to make and take home. Tickets are on sale online right now and range between $12 to $15. Now, it's important to note the only animal exhibits open during Wildlights is Penguin and Puffin Coast, one of the favorites here on Thistle Weekend, the Insectarium, and Sea Lion Sound.
Well, here as we start off the morning, it is obviously busy. Our weather impact alert continues as we continue to focus on snow throughout the region. And one of the things I want to update you from overnight is look at this wide area of a winter storm that has continued to push through. A winter storm warning in place between here in Chicago, here in Minneapolis. Pretty significant, right? The one thing that I want to point out that's maybe a little different from when you just woke up and followed along, we've had 2 counties that have been added. We've got Jefferson County, we've got Franklin County. You're now under a winter weather advisory. We also have areas to the north like Pike County now that have been extended for that winter storm warning. These are the areas that we were talking about all along, from that 4 to 6 inch plus range. And we even talked to Joe Monroe, and he said, you know, they already got upwards of 5 inches already up there. So yeah, higher totals, locally higher totals continue to be an issue. Now let's focus on what's going on. Temperature wise, this has been important. We talked about this for the last few days. Where is our temperature line? How does that freezing air hold on, and how long does it hold on? Because from Edwardsville, it's 30 degrees, right? So anywhere between 30 to 32, we're getting accumulating snowfall. There's no doubt about it. And that's kind of what we've been dealing with here from O'Fallon to St. Charles to Wildwood, but even Washington, you're at 34, right? So that's one of the spots that we're going to continue to look at. Now through noon, and it doesn't mean that it's not going to do anything after noon, but I think now through noon is what I want to focus on the most. Rain will mix into the west, and we continue to see that issue. Now, early accumulation, this is what we have right now. It's active, it's continuing, and it's not going to change for another 2 to 3 hours. Slushy and snow-covered roads. We'll check in with meteorologist Tracy Henson here in a little bit. But what I'm telling you right now is prepare for longer drive times. I'm about to show you the traffic map in a second, and it's quite interesting. Now, improvement is coming later in the day. So if you have evening plans or you're traveling, I do think improvement is coming later in the day. Now, here's where we are right now from purely a satellite and radar imagery perspective here, because it is heavy snow everywhere. There are pockets where it's not as heavy to Farmington, but look at Rolla and Sullivan. This is that rain and snow line that we're kind of tracking for you when this settles in and brings more rain. This is warmer air that's going to push in a little bit later on, and you're going to see that here at this hour. Now, I want to focus on some of the spots like from Bowling Green, Pittsfield, Carrollton. These are the spots where it is absolutely going to snow the hardest because it's going to stay colder there longer. You'll notice that just about everywhere is dealing with that same snow. Now, as we focus a little further south, say Arnold and Festus, you're dealing with that snow as well. This is where light to moderate snow continues. There may be pockets where it's not as significant as is indicated by the radar. However, like I said, for the most part, the snow continues just about anywhere you look, from Greenville, Carlisle, along I-70. I'll tell you what, even 70 is an issue between here and Effingham. Staunton, Litchfield, you're going up 55. That's where you're going right into it. It's not going to warm up at all, and our recent radar shows that you'll see these little pushes where more of this snow continues to move through the area. So, like I mentioned here, at this hour, I do want to look at our current road conditions. Now, this has a ton of data on it, so it always loads a little bit wonky, but man, I'll tell you what, you're going to continue to look at, for the most part, we're talking about covered roadways. We have fully covered roadways here, and that's where we're going to still look at most of this fully covered, right? You have all this area in the pink, and that's because it's been snowing so hard in areas to the north. We also have, I want to point out where the back edge of obviously that rain-snow transition is coming from, because you see that from Herman to Sullivan here, Rolla. Look where the roads are not impacted, and that's where it's warmer right now. That's what's gradually going to come our way, but until then, you'll still deal with most of this covered roadways. And also from a traffic perspective, I mean, look how significant this is. There's nowhere that's green almost at all whatsoever except that bridge. This doesn't make any sense, the Chain of Rocks bridge, because, you know, that's going to be probably covered and not fast. Everywhere is stop and go and slow. You're moving at slow speeds, and even accident-wise, it looks like we've got several coming in from the Metro East. And that's probably going to be something that we watch out for the next several hours. Our current wind wind speeds and gusts are now up to 31 miles an hour. And as our Reagan DeTrolio was at the airport, kind of noting everything is blowing around quite a bit. Now, when we have these lower visibilities, that continues to be an issue as well. Gusts to 22 in Litchfield. The next several hours, we continue to look at up to 40 degrees. Like I said, this is the important time frame for us over the next several hours because we're going to look at temperatures rising, and that means improving conditions on the roads as we transition to rain. Now, like I said, snowfall-wise, for the most part, I still think this lines up pretty well because we could get up to 2 inches in these spots, but a lot of it is already maybe in the case of melting right now. 4 to 6 inches plus, and I kept the plus on there because I think we're still going to see higher totals, maybe up to 8 inches in some of these cases to the north, right? But we're actively getting snow. We're not going to continue to get that much more over the next several hours. We're going to still watch this here. Snow to rain today, our weather impact alert continues. Roads refreeze overnight, and I think the morning will be an issue as all that liquid is not going to be evaporating between now and then because it continues to rain. And then as we look ahead to Monday, that's another side note. I do think that we're probably going to see another little dose of a wintry mix with maybe some more little freezing rain, sleet mixed in. We'll watch that, even some snow. So we'll watch that ahead, but it is a busy next few days here ahead as we continue to focus on, for the most part, roadways that are definitely covered in snow or slushy at the very least. Improving conditions are on the way later on.
Well, it's not yet December, but the desperation is starting to become real for the St. Louis Blues. There's plenty of time to turn this bad start to the season around, but it would sure be nice for that turnaround to come sooner rather than later. Here's hoping Friday's matinee with Ottawa could be the spark that ignites a streak. The Blues are back in town, and St. Louis native Brady Tkachuk was back in Ottawa's lineup after missing the last 20 games. Scoreless in the second till Oscar Sundqvist bangs it in off the back of the goalie, his first of the year. 1-0 Blues. Sens had a 2-1 lead entering the third until Jordan Kyrou pulls off a backhand like you read about. We're going to see this again. Filthy moves, we're tied at 2. Blues then take the lead on this one-timer from Pavel Buchnevich. 3-2 St. Louis. Sens tied it again, so the Blues need one more, and they get it from perhaps an unlikely stick. Matthew Kessel's there to knock it in and give the Blues a 4-3 lead. Jordan Binnington withstood quite the barrage as this game was winding down, and he stood tall, and so did his teammates. Blues score 3 goals in the third to beat Ottawa 4-3, and Monty sees this as a performance to build on.
I mean, the third period, the desperation that we played with, they got us 3 goals. I think it's the most 5-on-5 goals we've had in a period this year. You know, that's the catalyst that we need to carry on if we want to get on a roll, and we're going to get on a roll. Like, that's the kind of game when you come from behind, your crowd is going nuts, you got another game tomorrow night in front of the same crowd. It's time for us to show the desperation and just keep building on this.
Thanksgiving is usually my signal to shift into basketball mode. Our biggest regional college programs have all gotten off to nice starts, and they were all in action on Black Friday. SLU facing Stanford for the Acrisure Invitational Championship out in California. Trey Green was hot last night, and he stayed hot on Friday and won, and a deep 3 to help SLU to an 11-point lead at the half. Stanford mounted a comeback, tied at 68 with 2 minutes left. Ishan Sharma, that's money for 3. This game had an insane ending. SLU up 4, 15 seconds left. Stanford hits the tough triple. They're still in it. After SLU made 2 free throws, the Bills fouled Stanford. He makes the first free throw, 2-point game. He misses the second, gets batted out to Benny Gaylor, and he sinks the rainbow 3 for the lead. SLU cannot get a shot off, and Stanford stuns the Billikens with a 78-77 win, handing SLU their first loss of the season.
Yeah, this game will be rich with lessons and painful lessons. You know, I don't think we played very well. You know, in either game, and both games came down to a little bit of a flip of the coin. You know, yesterday the coin flipped for us. Today it flipped against us.
Huge game for Illinois Friday. Madison Square Garden against the number 5 UConn Huskies. Another big non-conference test for the Illini and Brad Underwood. Down big in the second half, but here comes Illinois. Kylan Boswell. That's good for 3. He had 25 on Friday, 14-point UConn lead. Huskies had a 21-point lead at one point. This Tomislav Ivasic 3 cut it to a 7-point lead. But this was the backbreaker. Malachi Smith draws the foul, but also manages to bank in the three for a 4-point play. UConn beats Illinois at the Garden 74-61. Mizzou Hoops hosting Dennis Gates' old team, Cleveland State and Columbia, yesterday, and the Tigers had as good a start as you can possibly have. Everybody in on the action as Mizzou scores the first 23 points of the game. The Tigers finished with 5 players in double figures as they beat Cleveland State 86-59 to move to 8-0 on the season. High school football Friday, Class 5 state semifinal, Platte County at Kirkwood. Pioneers trying to get to the title game, and they had some big plays. Cooper Owens to Bodie Mansfield. Great catch, big gain. Then Owens finds Jameer Sloan in the end zone. Touchdown Kirkwood. We're tied at 7. Fast forward, Owens to the Illinois commit, Jacob Eberhardt. Another touchdown for the Pioneers. However, Platte County is a wagon and has UCF commit Rocco Marriott at quarterback. They come into Kirkwood and end the Pioneers' great season with a 64-35 victory. Other high school football news, congrats to St. Pius from Festus. The Lancers won their Class 2 semifinal game against Monroe City Friday, 40-36 on a late touchdown. They're heading to their first state championship game ever. Also, today's state championship game for East St. Louis is on hold. All Illinois state title games set for Saturday in Bloomington Normal have been postponed for weather. Makeup date is TBA. That'll do it for sports this morning. I am Corey Miller. Have a safe Saturday, St. Louis.
I'm meteorologist Tracy Hinson, and we are on Interstate 270 headed towards Illinois, but big problems in this area along 170 and where 270 and 170 intersect there. All of the on-ramps in both directions from 270 to 170 had multiple people who couldn't make it up the ramps. There were accidents. We saw at least 3 or 4 cars stuck on the on-ramps, on and off ramps in either direction. Definitely seems like we are coming across bigger issues this morning. One thing I want to note is do not use your flashers in conditions like this. It also confuses drivers because you can't tell if somebody's trying to merge or get in front of you or to tell where they're turning. And then if you do get in an accident, stay in your car and keep your seatbelt on.
morning, snow hits the bi-state. Our team is monitoring dangerous conditions right now.
Snow continues to push throughout the region, and our winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings have been upgraded for a couple of counties. When the snow transitions to rain, what's in store for us the rest of the day?
And with snow falling, the city is expanding its emergency services where you can get help this morning.
Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition starts now.
Good morning, everybody. It is Saturday, November 29th. Right now, you're getting a live look at the Gateway Arch. And yeah, take a look at how it's getting that beating right now. I mean,
my goodness, it's snowing hard. I'm going to go outside and look at this right now.
Yeah, I want to take a look myself, but I probably won't get a chance to for the next hour or so because I'm going to be with you. But if you're just joining us, good morning to you and happy Saturday. Yes, we are waking up in a weather impact alert. Garry Frank is here with us. He's been working hard this morning to tell us what we're facing here on the roads, and if you're at your house, going outside.
Yeah, at your house, you're stuck inside for the day, then great. You know, by the afternoon, things are going to gradually melt, and it's going to be safer to go outside in the evening. But I'll tell you what, right now, we got some pretty good snow coming down here as we'll look outside. I flipped it to our weather tracker, too, just to look at what you're about to see from Tracy. And I'll tell you what, it's an impressive thing here with team coverage as we focus on our winter storm today. A winter weather advisory in place right along pretty much I-70. And then also to the north, we've added a couple of counties. Like I mentioned, we have Jefferson County. We have Franklin County. You're now under a winter weather advisory. Areas to the north, we have a winter storm warning that's in place. And that's what we're going to continue to see. And our current temperatures around freezing, Effingham, Litchfield, around freezing, Alton, St. Charles. This area is getting the most snow, right? And this is where you're going to see the most snow where it remains colder. But even at Scott Air Force Base in Sparta, it's still at the freezing mark. Look at Rolla, though, 36. This is what's gradually coming in. We've seen Jeff City go up a degree as well. Now, this wide area of snow continues to push through the region. This is where we're seeing the heavier bands of snow. All this darker shade, which is kind of settled in for us here. But notice the back edge where it kind of gets a little bit more wonky, a lot different colors here. We have this mix as transition to rain and snow begins from Sullivan, St. Clair, and Richwoods. We see more of a mix here, and that's what we're looking at. But still on the Metro East side, it's consistently snowing, and we have more of that that's with us for the next couple of hours. Once the sun rises, as we are now, things will improve as temperatures rise up, as we see more rain later on today that helps us melt. But now through noon, the snow continues for a lot of us. The rain is actively mixing into the west, and by midday, we're going to see better conditions. Early accumulation, though, it is actively coming down at a good clip, and slushy and snow-covered roads are the norm with longer drive times. We do see improvement later in the day, but these high snowfall rates are overcoming warm pavement, and that's what we'll check in with meteorologist Tracy Henson for in just a minute.
All right, and as snow covers our roads, we are tracking conditions for you this morning. Let's get out to Tracy Henson. She is in the storm tracker right now, and too bad you're not next to me today, my friend, but you are doing some important work. You've been all around the area today. Where are you now, and what are you seeing?
Alrighty, we are on the 270 bridge that goes over the Mississippi River here, and as we head into Illinois, I will tell you that bridges, of course, and overpasses are very difficult. This is probably the worst conditions we've been in all morning. You can still see some of the road, but it's definitely ice-packed underneath us. We've also seen quite a few spin-offs, slide-offs, and then big struggles for people trying to get onto 170 in either direction. So that 170 and 270 interchange, lots of problems there as people could not make it up the on and off ramps. The snowfall rate too, I'm going to show you our front dashboard camera. It's coming down at a pretty good clip right now with some big flakes. I would say it's probably it's coming in as close to an inch an hour out there. There have been times though when it's significantly less. Visibility is poor as well. I'd say we're down to about a quarter mile of visibility. And if you are driving on the roadways, remember, don't use your hazards unless you are actually having an emergency. You need to pull over right away, or if you are stopped on the road. And another thing we've seen a lot of this morning, which you have to be very careful of, was we've seen a lot of people out of their cars. So if you do get in an accident this morning, stay in your car, keep your seatbelt buckled, and call for help from inside your car. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Tracy. Well, right now we are going to go to All right, let's actually get out to Reagan right now. She's checking conditions at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where thousands of travelers are commuting during the Thanksgiving weekend. Reagan, you're monitoring that situation. People are going to be really dealing with something really heavy as they get those first flights out of the way this morning, even if they're able to kind of fly off this morning, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Travis. Well, right now we're not seeing any cancellations except for flights going to Chicago, so we'll continue to monitor that and update you. But I mean, like Tracy was saying, this is probably the worst we've seen it all morning. The wind is very strong. The snowflakes are really just pelting against my face right now. But let me just show you. I'm gonna like scoot back here and just show you how much it has snowed this morning. So we've got the ice and the snow right here. This is a parking lot. And then I jump over here. I'm in the grass and it's considerable. We're almost at a foot probably, maybe more. But if you are going out here today, I'd suggest, because this is perfect snowball weather, I'd suggest make sure you're bundling up. Try to stay off of these roads. Go have some winter fun, but be safe about it. Stay warm. And if you do drive out here, stay slow and steady. We're going to be live out here throughout the entire morning. Make sure you join back with us at 8 o'clock. Reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Reagan DeTrolio, 5 on your side.
All right, Reagan, thank you so much. Well, stay safe out there. Today, St. Louis City leaders are expanding emergency services to support those who need shelter during the winter storm. The city is adding more emergency shelter beds, bringing the total up from 150 to 215. Right now, all shelters have transitioned to 24-hour operations, and that will last until Tuesday. They're also opening another shelter in South City on Sydney Street. Mayor Kara Spencer visited one of the shelters yesterday and said the city is committed to bringing more resources to folks in need.
This new facility is just phenomenal and just a great asset for us to lean in on and to work with to provide shelter, food, and a whole host of other things that our community needs.
Daytime warming centers are open from today through Tuesday, and you can find a list of warming centers and shelters on KSDK.com in the As Seen on TV section. Our Weather Impact team is working to keep you ahead of the snow. Get hourly updates all weekend long on our 5+ app. All you have to do is search KSDK on your smart TV and download it for free. You can also text the word weather to 314-425-5355. And of course, we're going to send you the latest forecast right to your phone. Well, thousands are heading through Lambert this Thanksgiving weekend. What you need to know before you fly, that's next.
On longer drive times and a lot of snow, we'll have a current picture of the radar and what we can expect coming up shortly.
All right, welcome back on Today in St. Louis Plus. Here we are following some weather at this time. We are in a weather impact alert, and right now I want to go to the Missouri State Highway Patrol. Corporal Dallas Thompson is with us this morning, and I want Corporal to really explain what we're facing on the roads right now as we kind of deal with these treacherous conditions. All right, and so we're going to get back to Corporal Dallas Thompson with Missouri State Highway Patrol, but right now we want to get a live look at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where the Thanksgiving travel season is picking back up as we speak. Officials say TSA expects more than 21,000 people to pass through security checkpoints today, and this Sunday is expected to be the second busiest of the season, with more than 23,000 people passing through those checkpoints. And if you're planning on flying as these snowstorms pass through town, travel experts do have a few tips we want to share with you this morning. You want to arrive early and expect congestion, and then contact your airline for any weather-related delays. All right, we got Corporal Dallas Thompson with Missouri State Highway Patrol back with us. And Corporal, can you kind of tell us what you're experiencing on the roads? I'm sure you're probably getting a lot of calls and having to respond a lot to folks.
Correct. About all the roadways across the St. Louis area are snow covered and impacted. Our call volume has really increased in the last hour to hour and a half. So, we just encourage people that, just please stay home this morning. Looking at the weather forecast later in the morning, some of the snow is going to turn over to some rain, which is going to help the road crews to get this snow pushed off the roadway. But even at that, it's going to be a slushy mess for a while. So if you have to get out, we just encourage people to slow down, give yourself plenty of time to get to where you're going, and just don't be in a hurry, because the snow is going to be on the road. There's going to be a lot of slushy spots on the road that could pull your vehicle and wind up being off the roadway and into a ditch, or into the, if you're on the interstate, into the median walls or something. So just give yourself plenty of time to get to where you have to go if you have to get out this morning.
Corporal, what are some of the challenges you face when you have a storm like this? We're seeing these elements constantly change this morning. What are some of the challenges you see drivers face and those who have to respond this morning?
Well, some of the challenges we have is just the amount of snow that's fallen at quickly, at one time, and the visibility of trying to respond. Visibility is very low, so we have to drive at slow speeds ourselves to get to where people are. And the number of calls that we have, they're widespread. They're not just one local area. So they're widespread. So we get to one that we may have to drive several minutes to respond to another call for help. So that's some of the challenges we have at this point in time.
Got it. And if anybody needs to get in contact with emergency crews and services, what can they do?
You can always call 911, or if you're in your car and you got your cell phone, you can call star 55, and that will get you to the nearest Highway Patrol headquarters anywhere in the state, and we can get crews out to you.
All right, Corporal Dallas Thompson. Obviously this is our first snowfall of the season, and so what are, in terms of some data, if you can provide those, just a ballpark, how many accidents do we typically see on this first day as a result of these conditions?
Well, that just varies from incident to incident. Each time we have a snowfall like this. So far this morning, like I said, we had a steady call volume throughout the early morning hours, but in the last hour and a half or so, the calls have really picked up for us. And we haven't been able to compile the numbers yet of how many calls for service we've had yet this morning. Our dispatchers have been busy answering phones and getting troopers to where they need to be at. So later on this morning, we'll get those numbers out, so we'll kind of know how many calls we've actually had this morning.
All right, Corporal Dallas Thompson, thank you so much for your insight, and stay safe out there.
All right, thank you.
All right.
It is actively snowing outside right now, and it's coming down at a pretty good clip. But the rain snow line working its way through. What's in store for us the next several hours as we focus on that ahead?
Well, in today's A Place to Call Home, two siblings splashed into fun at the St. Louis Aquarium at Union Station.
A Place to Call Home is sponsored by Vantage Credit Union.
Today we came to the St. Louis Aquarium at the Union Station with Corbin and Nadia.
Turtle. We're turtle. I'm Corbin and I'm 9. I'm Nadia and I'm 8. With a lot of little fish.
We saw the sharks.
Shark.
We touched stingrays.
They're all hitting me.
The kiddos had fun with the doctor fish.
At the school. My favorite part was the sharks. My favorite sport is soccer. I love seahorses. My favorite sport is gymnastics. I'm on a competitive team.
Corbin is a true athlete.
Hold it right on out there.
He loves soccer. I've seen him in action. He is such a focused, dedicated player. He's put a few balls in the net. He has scored a couple goals. Nadia is a spunky, smart, fierce little girl who likes to take the lead on things. She loves gymnastics. She loves to craft. She likes her hair styled, to dress up.
Oh, look at those two.
Corbin and Nadia's little wish is to go to Slick City, so where they can have fun and just run around and go down the slides and have a bunch of new experiences. For Nadia and Corbin to find a forever family, it would give them that permanency, just that feeling secure.
I want a forever family that has pets, cats and dogs.
They deserve a family who can provide a healing environment for them, who can provide that consistency, that structure, who is just going to be there for them and help them heal, because it's a journey. And a family that also participates in the same faith as the children.
And Corbin and Nadia have a little wish this morning. They would like to go to Slick City together. If you would like to learn more about becoming part of their life or granting their little wish, all you have to do is call the Foster and Adoptive Care Coalition. That number's on your screen there. It's 1-800-FOSTER-3 or visit ksdk.com. Well, this morning we have an update on a teen who was brought to the Florissant Police Department after being shot. It happened around 8 on Thursday on Malamphy Court. Investigators say the victim was shot after approaching the car of the suspected shooter. The teen was then driven a few blocks away to the Florissant Police Department, where officers immediately rendered aid. This morning we know that teen is now recovering in the hospital. Police say the firearm used in that shooting was confiscated. Both parties are cooperating with investigators. All right, let's get over to Garry Frank tracking this winter storm.
Yeah, significant problem still here at 822. As we look at our winter storm today, he'll continue to push throughout the area. And like I said, we've had a couple of counties that have been added to a winter weather advisory. That includes Jefferson County, Franklin County. To the north, we have a winter storm warning, and that has also been added from Bowling Green and Troy. So keep that in mind. In Lincoln County, we're getting significant snow out there right now. The good news is temperatures are nudging up a little bit, but as long as they stay around freezing and we have active heavy snow, there's a problem. Now through noon, the snow continues, and it's still going to be mixing in with rain to the west, but it's gradual. It's not going to happen right away. So we have problems this morning with early accumulation. We have slushy and snow-covered roads. That's going to be the case throughout the next several hours. Now, longer drive times. We have airport delays as well. but you have improvement by later in the day as temperatures go up and we start to see rain. Look from downtown to Lambert to Highland, and then of course Farmington blacked out on me as soon as I walked over here, but regardless, it's still kind of a mix there. It's not quite as significant because we're starting to see that drying conditions here. Look how much of this is transitioning to rain. Now we're still in the brunt of some really heavy snowfall, up to an inch per hour rain, snowfall rates here as you look from St. Louis to 270 to Alton. Look at the back edge of that though from Washington as temperatures warm up a little bit more. We're mixing that in. Lively Grove, Nashville, the heaviest snow at the moment. To the north, this is where you're going to get a majority of the snow. Chris in Staunton already told us he's got 4 inches of snow already, and that kind of lines up with our 4 to 6 inches plus. You're going to continue to see another couple of hours at least of snow. Now, from a standpoint, this is super data heavy, so it's kind of glitching on me here, but look at all the spots that are covered roadway-wise everywhere around St. Louis, even closer to Millstadt and areas off to the southwest. Now, look at what's going on here from clear skies or clear roadways from Sullivan to Herman. That's where it's a little warmer, and we're going to see improving conditions here over the next several hours. But I'll tell you what, just looking at it from a traffic perspective, a lot of accidents, and the most recent one looks like the interstate may be shut down in both ways on 70. So that, to me, is telling us that it is slowing down. We'll try to get a camera on that a little bit later on, but I'll focus on that here shortly. But our winds are gusting up to 30 miles an hour. We continue to push through the area at this moment of about 30 miles an hour. It's blowing our visibility around. Notice by lunchtime and throughout the day, temperatures work their way into the upper 30s. That's improving because we're going to see warmer conditions, obviously, but rain that's going to melt a lot of this stuff. So roadways will get better, and then it refreezes overnight. In terms of expected snowfall, like I said, Chris is already there in Staunton at 4, I think 6 inches plus. We're going to see the higher, I think plus is going to be more on that side. 2 to 4 inches here in most of this area because it does transition to rain. You'll see that already. We have already started that transition to rain, and that's what I would expect the next few days as we push throughout the next few days. Snow to rain later on today. This is our weather impact alert that continues. Now look at 24 overnight. The first part of the day as roads refreeze, I just have a real hard time thinking all this liquid today is going to dry up, but our wintry mix arrives on Monday as well, and we'll have another update after this cut in to the Today Show.
Well, welcome back. Here is a national headline that we're following right now. President Trump is canceling former President Joe Biden's executive orders that were signed by AutoPen. He made the announcement on Friday after posting to Truth Social. Many presidents, including Trump, have used an AutoPen to sign documents in the past, the first being President Barack Obama. Republicans claim the AutoPen was used by people around Biden to circumvent a mentally declining president. Biden's team did not respond to requests for comment, but he has rejected these claims in the past. All right, if you're up and heading out, we got you covered this morning. More on weather and what to expect. That's ahead. We got our storm tracker out. We got our teams on deck, keeping you safe and weather aware. That's all in our next half hour of Today in St. Louis.
Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition starts now.
All right, St. Louis, right now you're getting a live look at the Gateway Arch downtown. It is heavy out there, that snowfall, and this is what we've been facing here for the past couple of hours, really. And so our team has been all over this, making sure that you and your family stay safe on this holiday weekend. But if you're just joining us, good morning to you and happy Saturday. I'm Travis Cummings, and I want to go right out to meteorologist Garry Frank. He is tracking our first winter storm of the season.
Yeah, sure is, Travis. Good morning. Here at 8:33, our winter alerts continue. We have a winter weather advisory for many spots right along I-70. If you're just waking up, Franklin County, you're now included. Jefferson County, you're now included. It's obviously been actively snowing here. Conditions are gradually improving from west to east, but we have a couple of more counties, including Lincoln and Pike County, now under the winter storm warning. It's kind of lined up with our map where we thought it was going to be a little colder and we saw more snow. But one thing I want to pay attention to is temps in the upper 20s, low 30s, right around freezing. This is where it's actively still a problem. Things are getting better in Sullivan, Rolla. This is the warmer air that settles in. It will improve over time, but if you don't have to be anywhere the first part of the day, just keep this in mind. Here's this wide area of snow that's been with us through a good majority of the morning, and here where it's already transitioning to rain right now. I want to look at a couple of spots, including Jerseyville and Staunton. We've got Chris with an update. He said he already got 4 inches of snow in Staunton. So this is what we continue to monitor. This is where the heaviest snow is going to remain this morning. As we look off to where it's starting to at least pick up in terms of rainfall and mix in. This is a rain-snow mix. This doesn't mean it's all rain, but you're going to see that rain-snow mix. To me, this is where less accumulations are going to be. There's no doubt about it, right? So this is the brunt of the accumulation, and it's almost pushing its way up through Cedar Hill and even into West St. Louis County and West Franklin County. But it's going to take a minute to get there. We see that same thing from Potosi to Farmington. I looked at the camera in Farmington. wet roads downtown. That's a big difference from what you're seeing in St. Louis and into the Metro East as we have Breeze, Carlisle, a lot of this light to moderate snow that continues throughout the region. Here's what's going on the next several hours, because I wanted to pay attention to a couple of things. One being 70 and Lucas and Hunt. This is where the interstate is shut down. We have a crash right now that has caused an issue. At least my traffic data suggests that it's closed down. So the fact that I'm seeing no one move right now tells me that we're actively seeing it close. So they're rerouting you in both directions. So look at all these problems throughout the region. We had several in the Metro East. We have some stalled vehicles, and 70 coming out of the city is a problem yet again. I'll show you exactly where this is, 70 and Lucas and Hunt right there. You'll see 70 westbound. It is blocked here, and you're going nowhere at all. On the other side, it did have it. The traffic data suggested that it was blocked. I do not see that right now. But right now you'll notice that it goes all the way back a couple of miles. So that's a problem as well. I also couldn't get the camera to show up at 270 in the Page extension here, but it does not tell me that there's any problems. That doesn't mean it's not blocked. And those overpasses, as Tracy will mention, and some of those ramps are really causing a problem so far throughout the region. Otherwise, if you're up into the airport, that may slow you down. There are delays at the airport. We'll talk to Reagan shortly. Temps will go up over the next several hours. That's when it transitions to rain. Now through noon, snow continues. Rain mixing into the west as we continue to focus on that the next several hours. Impacts of early accumulation, slushy and snow-covered roads, and overall, things are going to get better, but we have longer drive times now with improvement later in the day, and it's going to take some time to get there. So plan for extra time now, and we'll have updates throughout the rest of the morning.
All right, Gary, thank you. This morning, we are monitoring the first winter storm and keeping an eye on the roads for you. With that, I want to get out to Tracy Henson. She has been all over the bi-state this morning, traveling through the area. Tracy, where are you right now, and what's the road situation like? All right, sounds like Tracy is getting her microphone situated, and so we'll check back in with her in just a little bit. All right, let's move on to St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where thousands of travelers are commuting during the Thanksgiving weekend. Reagan DeTrolio is monitoring the situation out there at the airport. And Reagan has been on the ground there. She's been talking about what people are facing as they're headed into the airport grounds. We know that there are a lot of people out there that are having to take early flights and maybe some delays. Reagan, what are you seeing?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Travis. Well, we're not really seeing too many delays as of right now. We know going to Chicago, there are some cancellations, but I mean, it's pretty bad out here. The wind remains strong, and it's starting to get kind of icy. I even just slipped while I was coming out here for this live shot. So if you are going outside today, be careful. If you're driving here to the airport, same thing. We've seen lots of cars taking it slow and steady. Some have their hazards on, and so that's very important to do right now. Now, there's been lots of prep for this storm. I think St. Louis City workers told us yesterday, and just seen a story, that there was over 35 to 45 St. Louis City workers plowing these roads that you're looking at, and they started around 3 o'clock this morning. I know they also tried to pre-treat them before that as well. I just want to give you a quick look at kind of what the snow looks like out here. It's very fluffy, very pretty. It's getting thicker, even though it kind of just broke off in my hand, but it is getting thicker. Great snowball weather. Make a snowball. This is a horrible snowball, so don't take my advice. Go have fun. Go outside. Go have fun. If you can, try to stay off of these roads, especially because this ice is starting. You can still see the ground here as I move the ice away, but the ice is thick, but it could get worse. So if you are going outside today, just be super careful, bundle up, have your gloves on, have walkable shoes, because like I said, I did just slip before coming to this shot. So be careful out here on the roads, and especially if you are trying to catch a flight, make sure that you are aware. Keep monitoring those flight times. We will also be doing the same as we are out here. And there was about 35 actually snowplows out here this morning plowing the roads, but 45 city workers in total that came out here on their Saturday to help treat these roads and get all of that done. Now there's a lot of snow and it is just whipping back in our face right here, but it is supposed to get better throughout the day, later in the day. Now, as long as you check back with us on the streaming app, we are going to be here throughout the 8 o'clock hour, and then join us on air at 9 a.m. We will be live, and we're going to give you a live look at exactly what is going on here and keep you updated with the latest. But for now, reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Reagan DeTrolio, 5 on your side.
Reagan, thank you so much. Right now, we're going to go out to an interview with the St. Louis City Streets Department, and we're joined right now by James Jackson with the Streets Department. And James, can you just kind of tell us how we are attacking this head on? Obviously, conditions are changing, but what are you doing initially to support what's happening out there on our roads?
Well, we've already planned, as we shared in our unified command meetings, to be forward-leaning, meaning that we were going to be in full deployment with the 35 units that we have out already. We're going to stay with the event until it subsides, and then we will have crews in until possibly 5, 6, or 7 this evening, just to make sure that the roads are cleared and at least running water before we let anyone go. So we're going to continue to salt and to plow as we need, particularly while the storm is actually underway. And once it's over, that's when our real clearing activity begins, so that we can get these roads up and passable safely for the residents here in the city of St. Louis.
All right, and I understand that you have Mayor Garry Spencer there at your side. And so, Mayor, you know, kind of looking back to what we experienced last year, you know, during our winter scenarios, what kind of confidence can you give to the public today as we experience this first storm when it comes to our response? All right, and so we want to continue on with James Jackson. James, what areas are you prioritizing right now as you kind of work towards getting these streets taken off? All right, we're going to go back to Mayor Spencer. Mayor, I was just asking about the confidence that you hope, you know, to give to the public today, especially following what we experienced last year with the response times and priority areas. What can you assure us today as we experience this first one?
Well, having a hard time hearing you, but what we can assure you is that we've got a great crew out here plowing the streets. We are keeping them as clear as possible. I'm out here with Sandra. She's been on the street department for 19 years, and we've already plowed her route. This is the third pass through here, and so we've got a great crew. The spirits are high, and we are doing a great job clearing the main thoroughfares, the main roads, the main routes, and they are passable. I would say if you're a driver, stay home if you can. But we are making some of the main routes here, the main routes in the city of St. Louis, passable for residents here to get around today.
What are some techniques, things you're doing differently this year in this response, Mayor?
Well, we've got a very organized approach. First of all, we were ready. We have been working with the National Weather Service. This is the first year the city has really integrated them into their planning phase. They have been keeping us abreast of the situation on a daily, hourly basis. So we were out here yesterday pre-treating the roads. We've got 35 folks out, so a bigger crew than normal. We've also got our neighborhood stabilization team out, ensuring that the roads are passable. You know, just making sure that we're identifying any trouble spots. And you know, we've just got a great crew out doing the job of clearing the streets. So this, you know, many of these drivers have been working for many years, but we've got a nice big size crew out they got in this morning at 2 a.m. to start prepping and to be out in full force to make sure that our streets are passable for our residents here today.
And Mayor Spencer, while I have you, we've been reporting a lot this morning on your sort of emergency response to help our unhoused population in St. Louis. You know, it is very cold outside and it's going to be for the coming days. Can you kind of just reiterate what that response looks like?
You know, we also took a very hands-on approach to ensuring that we have housing for our most vulnerable residents this winter season. And we've been organizing that response with our provider community. Last night, we had several shelters. We expanded capacity, recognizing that we had already reached capacity earlier in the day than anticipated. And so, we have some additional funding and some additional spaces. We also had shuttles. This is new for this year. We were able to transport people to shelter, and that was a great big help because as we opened up the extended shelter space, we had to get people from one shelter that at capacity to another. And so we were there on site last night. It was working very well, and I'm really proud of the response. We were trying to triage and make sure that we had spots for families and a whole host of things. And reaching capacity is a sobering place to be, recognizing that there are people out there that are unable to make it to shelter, but having those shelter spaces available before December 1st, which was outside of the norm for our city, having this big massive weather event this early is not something we've experienced over the last 10-20 years. So being ready for this type of weather event has been a big help as we are going into this unusually cold early winter.
All right, Mayor Spencer, thank you so much for chatting with us about this early response that we're experiencing this year. We appreciate the work that you're doing there on the ground today, and we'll be checking in with you here in the coming weeks.
Great.
All right, and so as you know, we've been all over this morning. We're continuing to track this threat with hourly updates all weekend long, and we're going to be doing that on the 5+ app. You can download it by searching KSDK on your smart TV, and it's for free. Remember that. And if you need to get your weather in a pinch, you just text the word weather to 314-425-5355, and we'll send you a link to our latest coverage straight to your phone. Well, the countdown to legal sports betting is on, everyone, when you can start placing your bets in Missouri.
Well, we continue to have snow throughout the region, but the back edge of the snow is getting closer. And that's important for us here ahead as we focus on a rain-snow line that'll settle in later on this morning.
We're just a few days away from sports betting officially becoming live in the state of Missouri. This Monday, millions of people across the state will be able to fill out their first ever betting slip. It comes more than a year after voters legalized sports betting in the state. 8 sports book apps we know of will be available on day one. A portion of betting proceeds will help fund the state's education system. Pre-registration is now open for all of those apps approved in Missouri. Well, Monday also marks the return of the NORAD Santa Tracker. This marks the 70th year the North American Aerospace Defense Command will track Santa's sleigh as he delivers presents around the world. And to celebrate, NORAD revamped its tracking website. It will now feature a countdown clock, games, a movie theater, holiday music, and an online store. And don't forget, you and the kids can even call NORAD on Christmas Eve to ask live operators where Santa is exactly. Just call 1-877-HI-NORAD. You can also make those calls on their website. Well, City Zoo is all lit up tonight. It's wild and it has your favorite animals to see. We're going to explain what you can expect out there. That's coming up.
Well, we're still looking at pretty quiet conditions here overall, but we still got some delays. Man, it's busy out there. A lot of snow. When the back edge of this rain settles in, we'll track the back edge of it shortly.
All right, welcome back at 8:54. Check this out. The St. Louis Zoo Wild Lights is back. Last night, hundreds of people turned out for the return of the St. Louis Zoo Wild Lights. The family-friendly event features nearly 1 million lights, just like the ones you see here on your screen. Look at that crowd. This year's activities include meet and greets with the big man himself, Santa, a new holiday market, and crafts for the kiddos to make and take home.
Yeah, good morning. As we continue to look at 8:54, we're looking at a wide area of a winter storm warning and a winter weather advisory. A couple of different counties, Pike and Lincoln County, have been added to that winter storm warning as this is consistently snowing all day. Now, winter weather advisory remains in place. It has been added to Jefferson and Franklin County. Right now, our current temperatures are around freezing. They have come up a degree or two. That's important. We're going to watch that warmer air to the southwest randomly work its way in, but it's going to take some time here. Now through noon, the snow continues. It's actively snowing hard, and for that very reason, it's difficult to travel. The rain is mixing into the west right now as well, and I'll show you improving conditions. But our impact is obviously this early accumulation. Slushy and snow-covered roads are causing plenty of problems between now and noon. Prepare for longer drive times. There's no doubt about it. When I show you this traffic map, you're going to say, oh my goodness, it is incredibly slow. And there are a couple of spots that are even shut down. Improvement will be later in the day, and it's hard to believe. And I show you a couple of different spots. Look at Farmington. it's wet on the roads. That's what's in store for us the rest of the day. But when you look at Lambert, where we have almost every flight is delayed in some capacity, whether it be 20 minutes or an hour or cancellations to Chicago. But look at Highland. It's a winter wonderland, right? So we have more of the snow in the Metro East, rain starting to transition. Even the radar site in Weldon Spring wants to put that in as well. You'll notice where it is raining, at least showing up as rain, right? This may be mixing in with flakes of snow, but just on schedule. Now, like I mentioned, you'll start to see that majority snow here at this point, but the back edge of this rain starts to push its way through. Sparta, Lively, Grove, Nashville, some of the snowfall rates are not as high. Our friend Chris in Staunton already said he got 4 inches of snow and counting. And if we see up to an inch per hour snowfall rates like we are seeing in some cases, that's going to be something that we continue to monitor here at this hour. Look at all the snow-covered roads from a standpoint of everywhere in the pink. It doesn't matter where you are, you're dealing with snow-covered roads. And look at this from a traffic perspective. I want to pop up a couple of different things. All the crashes, all the data suggests it is stop and go. There are a couple of spots, even in the Metro East, where we've had incidents that maybe improving. This is the most recent one on 64. I tried to pull the camera up, but it's completely, it's shut down on one side. Jennings Station all the way up to Lucas and Hunt. We have snow on the roadways and a tractor trailer that's on its at least jackknife, so that's another problem. And then as I zoom out, I wanted to point out where the back edge of this. You can see that by Forestell and even closer to about Washington, look at how it's improved, right? The traffic data that's where it is clearing. That's where the back edge of this rain is. Now, in terms of gusts up to 30 miles an hour, it's blowing this stuff around. In the next several hours, we're going to watch our temps gradually climb up to around 40. But then it actively rains, and that's what I think you're going to see over the next few hours as we look at our expected snowfall between 2 to 4 inches. We're going to watch upwards of 4 to 6. We're coming to a close on the Missouri side in terms of snowfall. That transitions to the Metro East more so. Now, the next few days, you're going to continue to look at snow changing to rain this afternoon. Temps are up to 39. Now, there will be a refreeze. I find it real hard to believe that we're getting rid fully of all of the snow and rain. Now, the snow may get rid of, but the liquid's not going away before midnight when it refreezes and falls into the mid-20s. That's why the first part of the day is a weather impact alert day. By Monday, there's an additional light wintry mix. We're back to work and school. That could be a problem to some degree, not as widespread, but it's colder. So we've got cold air to deal with as well, and the rest of the week is quiet. I do want to check in with meteorologist Tracy Henson as we continue to focus on our team coverage. She's in the storm tracker. Are the roads as bad as it looks like on my map?
They certainly are, especially over on the Missouri side, and our bridges and overpasses were just treacherous. Kira and I didn't even try to attempt any of those on or off ramps just because we saw so many people getting stuck, sliding off, and having accidents. I do want to show you this view. We're along 255 right now, driving through Dupo. It is a pretty view, even though it is very slow going out there. This is a very wet snow, so it's sticking to our trees. It's also sticking to the roadways. You can see that the area we're driving on has recently been plowed. A good amount of treatment is down as well because we can actually see the road, which is a bit rare this morning. There have certainly been some areas that look more like we're driving on what would be the shoulder of this road with the icy conditions. A couple of things I want to mention while we're driving on the road here is do not use your flashers unless you are actively having an emergency. So if you are pulling over, to stop your car, that's when you use your flashers. Or you use your flashers when you're completely stopped on the side of the road. If you're just driving down the road, going with the speed of traffic, which right now we're driving about 40 miles per hour, don't use your flashers. And then also, if you get in an accident or you get slide off the road, be sure to stay in the car and keep your seatbelt on for when you call for help. I'm meteorologist Tracy Henson. Back to you.
Early morning snow hits the bi-state. Our team is monitoring dangerous conditions right now.
Snow continues and is a big problem throughout the area. We'll update you on the latest road conditions, a couple of accidents, and when the snow is actively transitioning to rain.
And with snow falling, the city is expanding its emergency services where you can get help.
Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition starts now.
9 o'clock right now, and we want to get you a live look at 70. This is I-70 at Jennings Station Road. We can report at this time it is completely shut down, both east and westbound lanes. It is impossible to move through there, impassable both ways. This is all because of the snowfall we're experiencing this morning. We are in a weather impact alert. Good morning to you. It is Saturday, November 29th. I'm Travis Cummings. I want to get right out to meteorologist Garry Frank. He's been tracking this storm leading up to this moment. What are we seeing out there?
Yeah, as you mentioned, snow-covered roadways. Temps are still cold enough. We have spots where we have a winter weather advisory that has included now Jefferson and Franklin County. That's the difference. We also have this winter storm warning, which includes Lincoln and Pike counties now, as opposed to maybe when you're just waking up now. Current temperatures are hovering around the freezing mark. I'm looking at some improvement, but you can see we're in the upper 20s, right around 32. That's where it's become the biggest issue and will be the rest of the morning. This is improvement, and that's what's headed our way. It's just until we get there, we've had active heavy snowfall rates, which have pushed through the area and made road conditions very difficult. I do want to let this loop one more time before we focus, because watch this rain that settles in. You'll notice how it's getting closer and closer. That's what's going to improve us later on. We're still on track for that, but areas from Carrollton, Whitehall, Chesterfield, anywhere from Jerseyville up 67 from Alton, difficult driving conditions, snow-covered roadways. Staunton, you've already seen 4 inches. Chris has reported that to us. From Herman to Washington, here's where this transitional zone is. Now where you're starting to see this rain-snow mix even further to the south. Better conditions looking at the roads in Sullivan. That's where it's better, closer to Cuba as we start to transition to rain. But into the Metro East, Greenville, Vandalia, Patoka, and Kinmundy, heavy snowfall continues as temperatures are cold. 70 at Lucas on out the other way, you can see slow moving conditions. And I want to show you just from a traffic perspective before we get to Tracy in a little bit. She's out driving the roads. I mean, there are a lot of spots that are closed completely there. We had 64 closed briefly, a lot of stalled vehicles, a lot of issues throughout the region. There's where it is on Jennings Station. You're going nowhere whatsoever. Avoid that. If you're traveling this morning, it is going to take some time. Now, from a standpoint of weather, here's what we're seeing the next few hours. Temperatures are going to rise. We're in the mid to upper 30s by lunchtime, and it becomes more rain than anything, and that clears everything out. So from now to noon, snow continues. We're going to see that rain continue to mix into the west. That's important because that helps kind of flush the system out and clear the roads out as temperatures improve. But this early accumulation is making for slushy and snow-covered roads. Doesn't matter where you are right now. Prepare for longer drive times, but improvement later in the day as those temperatures continue to rise. And that's what we'll highlight and show you Futurecast and the back edge of that as we continue to update you with our team coverage the rest of the morning.
All right, Garry, thanks for that first look. As snow covers the roads this morning, we're keeping a close eye on those conditions for you. I want to get out to Tracy Henson. She's been monitoring the conditions from our storm tracker this morning. Tracy, how are the roads looking? Where are you at this moment?
Alrighty, so we are currently on 255 southbound. We are headed towards Missouri. Now, we did see an IDOT truck that was dropping a lot of salt and plowing, which is why I think the roads look so good right now. We're also seeing, I think, a little bit of this snow transition over to rain a little bit on our windshield right now. Just started up right now. Now, we have seen variable road conditions. Some areas look like they had 6 inches of snow and you could not see the road at all. This part of the bridge looks pretty good right now. We also passed on 270 and 170 earlier today. We saw lots of cars that tried to make it up those on-ramps and off the on-ramp and off the ramps, and they were stuck. So I would expect those issues to continue throughout the morning here as we see these icy and snowy conditions. A quick reminder, see, starting to get a little dicier here as we hit the bridge. Certainly more icy conditions out there. Let me take you to our back camera. I'll also zoom in a little bit on those icy roads. You can just see that we're starting to get to an area here where there's ice covering the roadway and not just straight road conditions. This is very hard for the mixture, the salt and solution mixture that goes down to actually keep it from re-icing over. but they do their best. As we head into Missouri here, we will keep you posted on the road conditions on the other side of the Mississippi River. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. Stay safe out there. Now I want to get over to St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where thousands of travelers are commuting during the Thanksgiving weekend. You should not be taking 70, obviously, as that is backed up at Jennings Stations Road on both sides. Reagan DeTrolio is monitoring the situation, though, at the airport. Reagan, you know, I heard about some delays. What are you seeing and hearing over there?
Yeah, well, Travis, there are quite a few delays out here, and the snow is just continuing to fall down on the ground. I mean, we're seeing less and less traffic out here too. I was actually looking at the airport website here, and there's a ton of different delays. Some are delayed for 30 minutes, an hour, even longer, from Oklahoma City, Austin, Sarasota, you name it. Lots of them are delayed. Earlier in the morning, only Chicago, but now we're seeing tons of delays out here at the airport. Now, I'm also seeing lots and lots of snowflakes falling, hitting the ground. The wind has definitely picked up as the morning has gone on. It's a little better right now. I'm not eating my hair like I was in the earlier shows, which is great, but the snow continues to fall, and I mean, it is a little bit icy out here. It's a little more like slushy ice. I'm kind of gonna show you what it looks like here, but it's not super hard, it's not super thick yet, but that could all change, so just make sure that you are being super careful. If you are driving, I mean, if you want to come out here and enjoy the weather, I absolutely would, because the actual snow it's great snow, great snowball weather. Great to build a snowman with your kids. I mean, this is pretty fun weather, but you also just need to be super careful, especially if you're out here driving. If you need to catch a flight, keep on track, keep staying with us so we can update you and continue monitoring the airport's website with those flight delays and cancellations. It is supposed to get better throughout the morning hours, but right now it is still kind of bad out here. I'm not gonna lie, kind of like what Tracy was saying earlier, the snow is falling down. We'll be out here. Make sure to tune back in with us at 9:30. Reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Reagan DeTrolio, 5 on your side.
All right, Reagan, thank you. Well, something we're following today, St. Louis city leaders are expanding the emergency services during the winter storm. We just got offline with Mayor Kara Spencer, and she says the city is adding more emergency shelter beds, bringing that total up from 150 to 215. Right now, all shelters have transitioned to 24-hour operations, and that will last until Tuesday. They're also opening another shelter, we're learning, in South City on Sydney Street. Mayor Kara Spencer visited one of the shelters yesterday, actually, and said the city is committed to bringing more resources to people in need.
This new facility is just phenomenal and just a great asset for us to lean in on and to work with to provide shelter, food, and a whole host of other things that our community needs.
Now, we know daytime warming centers are open from today through Tuesday. You can find a list of those centers and shelters on ksdk.com in the As Seen on TV section. And our weather impact team is covering the weather to help you get ahead of this snowfall out there. It's a lot happening, and we're going to be tracking the threat with our hourly updates all weekend long on the 5+ app. Remember, that is free. You can download it by searching KSDK on your smart TV. You can also text the word weather to 314-425-5355, and we'll send you the latest forecast right to your phone. Thousands are heading through Lambert this Thanksgiving weekend, as Reagan DeTrolio just shared with us what you need to know before you fly up next.
Well, it's actively snowing. We have longer drive times and a lot of problems on the roads, but I do have the back edge of this rain-snow mix that's settling in. That's important. It's going to make our lives much easier later on today, but we'll talk more about that as ahead over the next several hours.
right, welcome back at 9:14. We have some breaking news this morning. Snow has built up so much that I-70 at Jennings Station is impassable both ways. Right now, you're getting a live look at St. Louis Lambert International Airport. And so this is one of those routes you can take to get there. But I want to tell you about I-70. Conditions aren't better eastbound. People have been using shovels to help cars stuck in that snow out there. Officials are responding to Jennings Station in a statement. The Missouri, okay, we're getting a live look at it right now. You can see trucks are out of their lanes and just at a standstill at this time. Now, in a statement, the Missouri State Highway Patrol told us, quote, "We are with a tractor trailer blocking lane 1 of westbound 70 west of Jennings Station. A tow has been called." Now, we are monitoring the situation right now pretty heavily, and we're going to bring you the latest. We're going to be right here with you throughout the next hour, tracking what's happening on those roads and to make sure you and your family stay safe if you're out there navigating this. All right, and so we want to get you a live look at Lambert International Airport one more time because it's Thanksgiving travel season, you all, and it's picking back up as we speak. Officials say TSA expects more than 21,000 people to pass through security checkpoints today, and this Sunday is expected to be the second busiest of the season with more than 23,000 people passing through those checkpoints. And if you're planning on flying as these snowstorms pass through town, travel experts have a few tips for you. We want to share those with you this morning. You want to arrive early, expect congestion, and contact your airline for any weather-related delays. They all have apps, and so you can get ahead of any changes or anything like that. Well, presidential auto pen is again at the center of a controversy, and the president just made an unprecedented announcement. That's coming up next. Welcome back at 9:19. Right now we're following breaking news. Snow has built up so much that I-70 at Jennings Station is impassable both ways. You're getting a live look there. Conditions aren't better eastbound. People have been using shovels, we're hearing, to help cars stuck in the snow. Now officials are responding to Jennings Station right now. In a statement, the Missouri State Highway Patrol told us, quote, "We are with a tractor trailer blocking lane 1 of westbound 70 west of Jennings Station. A tow has been called, and so we're going to keep you updated as to when that response happening. We are monitoring this situation really closely. I'm actually looking at Facebook right now. Multiple people saying they've been in the traffic for at least 2 hours. And so these are the delays that we are facing this morning as the snowfall continues and creating dangerous, treacherous conditions for our roadways. The highway is still stuck in the last 10 minutes. We've been monitoring this pretty closely. The crews are working to get the situation under control. Well, and today is a place to call home, and lighter news for you. 2 siblings splashed into fun at the St. Louis Aquarium at Union Station.
A Place to Call Home is sponsored by Vantage Credit Union.
Today we came to the St. Louis Aquarium at the Union Station with Corbin and Nadia.
Turtle. We're turtle. I'm Corbin and I'm 9. I'm Nadia and I'm 8. With a lot of little fish.
We saw the sharks.
Shark.
We touched stingrays.
They're all hitting me.
The kiddos had fun with the doctor fish.
It's a school. My favorite part was the sharks. My favorite sport is soccer. I love seahorses. My favorite sport is gymnastics. I'm on a competitive team.
Corbin is a true athlete.
Hold it right on out there.
He loves soccer. I've seen him in action. He is such a focused, dedicated player. He's put a few balls in the net. He has scored a couple goals. Nadia is a spunky, smart, fierce little girl who likes to take the lead on things. She loves gymnastics. She loves to craft. She likes her hair styled, to dress up.
Oh, look at those 2.
Corbin and Nadia's little wish is to go to Slick City, so where they can have fun and just run around and go down the slides and have a bunch of new experiences. For Nadia and Corbin to find a forever family, it would give them that permanency, just that feeling secure.
I want a forever family that has pets, cats and dogs.
They deserve a family who can provide a healing environment for them, who can provide that consistency, that structure, who is just going to be there for them and help them heal, because it's a journey. And a family that also participates in the same faith as the children.
Corbin and Nadia have a little wish for you this morning. They would like to go to Slick City together. If you would like to learn more about becoming part of their lives or granting their little wishes, please call the Foster and Adoptive Care Coalition at 1-800-FOSTER-3, that number on your screen, or visit ksdk.com. All right, getting back to our weather impact alert this morning with Garry Frank.
Yeah, good morning here at 9:21. Significant issues right now. We have a winter storm warning. We have a winter weather advisory in many places, right? The couple of spots that are included in it right now are Franklin County, Jefferson County. If you just woke up, you've been added to that since about 6:30. And a couple more spots to the north, Lincoln and Pike County. You're now under that winter storm warning. That's where it's going to consistently snow the rest of the day. Now, our temps have come up a degree or 2 as we look at this hour, but now through noon, the snow continues for a lot of us. Now, rain is already starting to mix into the west, and that's going to improve conditions, but for now, there's no getting around it. As active snow continues, early accumulation is in place. We have slushy and snow-covered roads. It doesn't matter how warm the ground is. We've had snow consistently make the ground cold. We talked about this all week. Longer drive times, interstates that are shut down, we've got it all for you. Now, there's improvement later in the day, but if you're traveling this morning, my goodness, it's an issue. It's slowing down. Now, I want to show you where there is some relief. Farmington, look at the wet roadways, wet sidewalks. That's where it's above freezing. That's what it's going to look like everywhere later on today. It's hard to believe because Lambert, you've seen already 3-4 inches of snow. Highland, you've seen snow, and it's going to continue. Now, this widespread area of snow pushes from Bowling Green to the north and Litchfield. These are areas that have seen 4, 5, 6 inches of snow. in some cases already. But like I mentioned, this is where that transitional line continues to push through, and you're almost out of it. I'd say we had another hour of the snow. Watch, it's already transitioning here from Arnold into Chesterfield. And Tracy has been driving around and mentioned, yeah, I already start to see some of that rain mix in with snow. That undercuts our snowfall rates. That makes the roads improve. You'll also see that. And she was on 255 when that happened. So that gives an idea of where we are. This is where it consistently snows. The winter storm warning, it's cold here, Litchfield, Staunton, you're going to get upwards of 8, 9, maybe 10 inches of snow. Look at these snow-covered roadways already at this hour. The current road conditions are covered everywhere in our region for the most part, and look at the traffic. Now, one thing from a broad perspective, look at O'Fallon once we get on 70, look at Pacific, even Wildwood on 44 west of 270. It's improving. You know why? It's warmer and it's raining, and so that's the difference here. Now, I do want to focus on the big story of the day, which is 70 at Jennings Station. That's backed up all the way from there to Lucas and Hunt, and all the way past Norwood Hills Country Club, and all the way past pretty much Jennings Station Road. It's backed up. Some people, like Travis mentioned, have been stuck in that for a couple of hours, so it's not getting any better. They've got a tow truck on the way. Now, as we continue to go throughout the next several hours, we have wind gusts at 25. It's blowing this big snow around, and I think you're going to see improving conditions. Let's track the back edge of this. I think by 10:30, 11 o'clock, things are improving. To the north, it remains snowing, around freezing, otherwise 35, 36, 37. It still rains the afternoon. That's why I say improving conditions for everybody later on tonight. And then after that, look, it gets cold, and I think all that refreezes, and there's going to be kind of a flash freeze overnight for some of us. Around 40 this afternoon, believe it or not, and that's when we kind of look at a pretty good time lapse of that rain changing from snow. Now, overall, this is the snow map we've shared, and I think a lot of this, like I said, the plus is going to be in play for a lot of these areas, especially in the Metro East, where we've hung on to that snow for longer. But this, every bit of 4 inches, 5 inches, 6 inches, those numbers are climbing to the north. Most of those areas to the southwest continue with rain, and our snow goes to rain here. Now, as our roads refreeze, we have Sunday morning as a weather impact alert day as well. I think those overpasses and also on-ramps are going to be awfully slow. By Monday, another little light bit of a wintry mix settles in. That's something we're watching for our next weather impact alert day. But of course, now our main focus, the snow on the roads. Meteorologist Tracy Henson will be back shortly with an update on the roads here. We'll see you in a minute.
in a weather impact alert, and as the snow keeps falling, we're keeping a close eye on your roads. 5 on your side's Tracy Henson has been all across the region this morning, tracking conditions. Trace, I know you are at I-44 at this point in Webster Groves. What are you seeing there? I know the main message is if you don't have to be out there, stay off of the roads this morning.
Yeah, you really don't want to be out on the roads. I spend a lot of time in the passenger seat of this storm tracker, and what I'm seeing this morning are a lot more license plates that I don't recognize, and I think that's probably because of the Thanksgiving holiday. And that is just, people who aren't used to snow, maybe out-of-towners who aren't used to our roads either, people driving very slowly this morning, which is good, but there's definitely a lot more traffic out on the roads than for a normal Saturday at 9:30, especially on a snowy day. I think if it wasn't a holiday, we would see a lot less road traffic out there. A holiday weekend, that is. Now, one thing I want to point out is we are on 44 near Webster Groves, and over to the right of the screen there, you can see just how difficult it is. You have to get through snow. This is to take any exit. Pretty much all of the exit routes have a layer of